He was pretty confident as well, yeah. Which is why I'm here
Yeah.
by myself.
All right, the parties, excuse me, do not move the stickers. So the parties on Mr. Gunner, you're ready, is that correct?
That's
Yes,
correct,
Your
Your Honor.
All right, so if you all will take your places on Gunner. And then the parties who are here on Darren Doe's. Who's here on Darren Doe's?
President, Your Honor.
All right, come forward.
Oh, excuse me, sir.
And where's Mr. Doe's? Come forward. All right, state, how long will the jury trial last on Mr. Doe's?
Oh, probably the whole week, Your Honor.
All right. Everyone, so the intention is that I think this case is going to go, but you're all still on call just in case something happens with this case and it doesn't go this week. So the date I'm giving you will be the date that you will have to come back if this case doesn't fall through. All right, Ms. Ferguson, jury trial date for Mr. Doe's.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're coming back on May 9th. You're welcome. Yes, once he signs the reset form.
So. Remind me again. What I did.
This is with,
Did Jason?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I did, yeah.
Brendan Sierra.
What do I need here?
All right, state, how long do you expect this jury trial to last?
Likely through Friday morning, I think.
No, I mean, Brendan Sierra.
Oh, Brandon's here. Sorry. Probably 3 days.
3 days, counsel? Okay, sure. All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date on Sierra, please. All right, we'll be back on May 9th. A jury selection would take place on. Just 1 second. Jury selection would take place on May 9th. So you say your sentencing is on the 10th? Okay, all right. All right, we'll see you on May 9th. You're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right, thank you. All right, so Norma, recall Mr. Sierra for tomorrow. And everybody needs to be here at 9 a.m. All right, thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. Alberto Trevino,
I'll call her to text me.
state, how long are you expecting this jury trial to last? On Mr. Trevino?
3 days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date for Mr. Trevino.
Okay.
All right, May 23rd. And you'll get your reset form. Migdalena Salazar.
Ready, Judge.
Hello, where's your client? Come forward. State, how long do you expect this jury trial to last?
Oh,
On Salazar?
um,
It's an injury by omission.
probably, I would say 3 to 4 days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date.
Come back on May 9th.
All right, May 9th. Thank you.
You need to hold on if I'm still signed up.
Fidel Ayala.
Mr. Allen?
Good afternoon. State, how long you expect this jury trial to be?
About the same, 3 to 4 days.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a jury trial date.
May 9th.
All right, your jury trial date will be May 9th. Yes, yes, we will be selecting jury that day. You're welcome. After reset form. Yes, and on call. Jaden Green
He's on his way up the elevator.
on his way from where?
From the elevator. He was parking, he was parking for a while.
I don't understand what people don't understand about 115. And he was late this morning. And he's late again,
To be fair, he walked in and you're still on the last name.
and he's late again. Yes.
I told him 1:30, something like that. But he
No,
spoke to
it's
me
not your fault because I told him 1:15. I told everyone to be here at 1:15.
that I didn't even give him that.
Elsa Vaquera, state, how long do you expect this jury trial to last? All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a reset date for jury trial, 2 days. Elsa Vaquera. All right, you'll be back on May 9th. All right, just get your reset form. Manuel Rodriguez. State, how long you expecting this jury trial?
Probably 3 days, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 3-day reset.
On which one?
Manuel Rodriguez, not 3-day reset, but jury trial is 3 days.
That one can come back on the 9th as well.
All right, you'll be back on May 9th. All right, May 9th, recall.
And just, I checked and there's already a protective order on file from October.
So you're on recall. No. If something happens with this trial, you'll be brought back. All right, thank you. Mr. Green, do you not understand what it means to be on time?
It was packed outside.
No, here's the thing, come forward. When you know you need to be somewhere at 1:15 and you've already been late, it would probably behoove you to say, you know what, I have to be there at 1:15, so I'm gonna be there at 1.
I'm sorry. I thought it was-
No, I clearly said 1:15 and everyone else was here. Do you understand? All right, Ms. Ferguson, what date?
Do that one for May 9th.
All right, May 9th. And you may be called back this week. Okay. All right, thank you. Court is calling
Daniel Rodriguez.
2018 CR 9130, State of Texas versus Kadir Gunner. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Brittany Mitchell and Ruben Herrera for the state.
Fernando Cortez and Mr. Zamora.
I'm sorry, could everyone please whisper? Yes.
Mr. Zamora for Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, she can't hear you. Court reporter has to hear.
Fernando Cortez and Nancy Zamora for Mr. Gunner.
All right. And state, are you ready to proceed?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
Ready, Your Honor.
Hey, can the defense attorney show up, and make the announcement?
All right, can everybody please understand we are on the record? Is that better? All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, the court's understanding is that the charge in this case is sexual assault, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, and jury for punishment. All right, and are both parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, only if regards to the housekeeping, because we want to put it into the jury. Wow.
Oh, you all said 45 minutes was the total time. So each side will receive 45 minutes for voir dire.
Would you, okay, thank you, Judge.
And the court does not ask that you strike jurors in front of the panel. What ends up happening after jury selection is concluded, if you and the state can agree on persons that you feel have cause, then the court usually follows that. If it's something that the court doesn't agree on, I will have them come forward. All right. And each side is given their time in total. So there is no general and specific division. It's all together.
Is there?
All right. Let's bring them in. No, do you want a jury shuffle? No, do you want a jury shuffle? No, no. Do you want a shuffle?
Yes.
All right. Deputy Laura, I'm sorry, Deputy Mejia, they're requesting a shuffle.
Excuse me, you're still getting them ready to.
All right, let her know that there's a request for a shuffle. All right, thank you.
Should you sit this? Because when we start, so I'm gonna set.
It's still hot
Yeah, so it's.
in the hallway.
All right, so we're taking a brief break while the shuffle occurs. That usually takes about 30 minutes. And you can mute us.
Over here, straight ahead, first row, and remember to try to number there. Number 8. Okay. Number 8. Second row, way at the end. On top. You can have a seat.
We stand for you, but make sure you the cards that are in your chair, make sure you hold on to those.
15. 15 in the first bench right here at the end. Twenty-two. The 25th, next row. Thirty. Thirty-seven. 37. Okay.
All right, everyone, good afternoon. Okay, that is just beyond weak. Good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I know you all have been waiting in the hallway, and believe it or not, when you're waiting in the hallway, there are other things that are going on in the courtroom, and it's things that are unrelated to this case. So even though you all are scheduled for jury duty and to come here for jury selection, I still have a morning docket that I have to take care of. So don't think that just because you're out in the hallway, are they in there eating cake? What are they doing? We're actually working. So I'm Judge Boyd. I'm judge of the 187 District Court. You're on the 4th floor in the 187 District Court with Judge Boyd. So where are we?
187.
Which floor?
4th floor.
Who's the judge?
Judge Boyd.
You guys trailed off on the end on that one. Let me just tell you the reason why I try to put that in everyone's mind is because there are so many courtrooms in this building and in the other buildings, and we cannot proceed with jury selection unless everybody's here. So if I give you a break or you request a break during jury selection and you get lost and you don't know where you are, we'll sit and wait for you. And believe it or not, we've had people who have tried to go on other panels because they think they're with the group that they came with and they're not. Some people will say, I looked up and everybody was gone. So if you ever get lost when we take a break, all you have to remember, if you remember Judge Boyd, I'm the only Judge Boyd in all of the courtrooms. Or if you remember the 4th floor, 187th, people will be able to tell you where you need to go, okay? So the person to my left is extremely important. And I'm a firm believer that we should try to make people's jobs as easy as possible. She's the court reporter. The way we make her job as easy as possible today is if everybody speaks up so that she can hear, because everything that's being said, she takes it down. And if she can't hear you, then she can't take it down. And if she didn't take it down, it's sort of like it didn't happen. And also if she sends a record up and they see a lot of inaudibles because she couldn't hear what people were saying, she doesn't like that to happen because then people will say, is this a good court reporter? Why isn't this taken down? So everyone, make sure you speak up, and also only one person speak at a time. And I'm going to give you something else to do to make her job easy. So far, no panel that we've ever had has been able to do this. So I'm trusting you guys will be able to do it. If you're in the box, you can remain seated when you answer questions because she'll be able to hear. If you're on this front row, people on this row, if you could raise your cards for me. And people in the box, raise the cards for me, please. Just keep them up. All right. Anybody who doesn't have their card raised right now, whenever you are asked a question, you're going to respond. If you can stand, we'll need you to stand. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
All right. Now, I know it is hot in this courtroom. I'm not responsible for the temperature. The commissioners are responsible for the temperature. I know everybody will see a thermostat over here. That thermostat doesn't work. It's just a placebo. So if I touch it, nothing's going to happen. So I've introduced myself. I've introduced the court reporters. I'm sorry, the court reporter. Now I'm going to have the parties introduce themselves to you. This case is the state of Texas versus Kadir Gunner. So state, if you can introduce yourself, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brittany Mitchell. My partner is Ruben Herrera.
Good afternoon, everybody.
All right, defense.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Zamora. I represent Mr. Kadir Gunner. This is my associate, Mr. Fernando Cortez.
Good afternoon.
So I'm going to speak to you for a little bit. And then after I finish speaking to you, the state will have a chance to speak to you and the defense will have a chance to speak to you. If ever you need a break, just do this symbol. I will see you, or either the deputy or the defense or the state will see you, and they'll let me know that you need a break. Now, when we take a break, everyone must leave the courtroom. So once a break happens, you can't stay behind. All right. When the state and the defense ask questions of you today, and even the questions I'm going to be asking of you, they are all hypotheticals. They are not about this case. Neither the state nor myself nor the defense can give you anything that they think are the facts in this case. They're just going to be asking you hypothetical questions. The charge in this case is sexual assault. And I just want you to think about that a little bit, and I'm going to come back around and ask you some more questions about that. Now, how does a case get to be in felony court? It's through an indictment. An indictment is just a piece of paper telling you what you're charged with and where you need to be. Because if someone's accused of something, hopefully you would know what you're being accused of and where you need to be. How many people here have had a traffic ticket? If you have, raise your card. All right, guys, I'm practicing with the cards because you got to get used to raising your cards. So let's try it again. How many people here have had some type of traffic ticket? Oh, wow, we got a lot of bad drivers in here. Okay. I've had one too. So in San Antonio, as you know, sometimes people don't know what a yield sign means, you know? So when you get a traffic ticket, when I got one, I was much younger than I am now. And at that time, they actually had the paper ticket. So they give you, they had their notebook, they write on it and they hand it to you. So let's say you get a ticket and they say you ran a stop sign. When the officer gives you that ticket saying you ran a stop sign, what they're saying is, this is what I'm saying you did. Here's the ticket. Your accepting of that ticket is not you saying, oh yeah, I ran the stop sign. Your accepting of that ticket is saying, okay, you're saying I ran a stop sign. Where do I need to be? And when you get that ticket, it'll tell you, oh, you're going to be at the court on Frio Street. So you go there, and when you go there, you can have a jury trial if you choose to have a jury trial. So the fact that you got that traffic ticket is not an evidence of guilt, and it can not be used for that purpose for any reason. And an indictment is the same way. An indictment is not evidence of guilt at all, and it cannot be considered at all. Does everyone understand that? Is there anyone here who cannot follow that rule? All right, next I want to talk to you about some concepts. First is the right to remain silent. How many people have seen Barnaby Jones, Mannix, Jessica Fletcher? Am I aging myself? I know. The Practice, Paper Chase, all of the different legal drama shows where they have what's called the right to remain silent. Everyone who's charged with an offense or accused of an offense does not have to give testimony against themselves. They cannot be forced to testify. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
And if someone decides not to testify, you can't hold it against them and you can't consider it. So if you were on a jury trial and someone decided not to testify and you're deliberating, you can't go in the back and say, well, they didn't testify, someone hold that against them. Well, I wonder what they would have said. And because they didn't say anything, I'm going to hold it against them. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
And there are many reasons why people wouldn't want to testify. Some people have a fear of speaking. Some people stutter. It's just a host of reasons. But is there anyone here who would hold it against Mr. Gunner if he decided not to testify? And what's your number, sir?
4.
Anyone else? All right. Now, the next thing I want to talk to you is the presumption of innocence. How many have heard of the presumption of innocence? Okay. So this is the presumption of innocence. Everyone who's accused of an offense is presumed to be innocent. So let me just tell you what that means, or as my grandmother would say, let me unpack the suitcase for you. So what that means is that as Mr. Gunner sits here right now, he's presumed to be innocent, not guilty. And you know why? Because no evidence has been presented to beyond a reasonable doubt to show that he committed any offense. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
So the presumption of innocence alone is enough unless and until the state proves its case beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to prove each element. So what does that mean? What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? When I went to law school, you had to memorize the definition of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. My very first trial, I knew it backwards and forwards. If you did not know it, you felt like such a failure. So I had my very first jury trial in 1997. And then after that first jury trial, you know what ended up happening? There's no longer a definition for proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I still know that definition, but it does not apply. So for my next jury trials, how I would explain it when I was a defense attorney and when I was a prosecutor is this way. Next door, you have a building, and that building is the building with the green rooftop. Have you all seen that building?
Yes.
That's where they have civil cases. So in the civil case, usually when you're dealing with money, the burden of proof is preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is a higher burden than that. The highest burden on the civil side is clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence is the type of evidence that is used to terminate your parental rights. For someone to say, you should no longer be a parent to this child and for them to take your rights away. That's a very high burden. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is a higher burden than that burden. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
Now, there are 2 phases to a jury trial on the criminal side. The first phase, people say it's the innocence phase, but really what it is, the first phase is either you're finding somebody guilty or you're finding them not guilty. It's not really finding someone innocent. That's phase 1. If you find someone not guilty, there is no phase 2 because phase 2 is what's called the punishment phase. So in the punishment phase, that's when you will hear evidence, maybe, and make a decision on ranges of punishment. Now, with regards to punishment, anyone who's accused of a crime in Texas has to make what's called an election. And they have to make a decision if I were found guilty, who I would go to for punishment. The fact that they're making an election or making a decision on that is not any evidence of guilt. The law just requires them before jury selection to say, if I were found guilty, who would I go to for punishment? And in this case, Mr. Gunner has made the decision that if he were to be found guilty, he would go to the jury for punishment. Is there anyone here who will hold that against him? All right. Now, I want to talk to you about range of punishment. The range of punishment for a sexual assault in Texas is anywhere from 2 to 20 years prison and possible probation and up to a $10,000 fine. Now, that is a wide range because you can decide to give someone probation. You can decide to give someone 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, all the way up to 20 years. And all the way up to a $10,000 fine. Now, you don't know anything about this case because no facts have been given to you. And I've already told you, no facts will be given to you unless you are selected for this jury. Now, when people talk about range of punishment, it's not that you would give someone probation or give someone 2 years or give someone 3 years or give someone 4 years or 20 years. The question is whether or not you, one, will recognize that in Texas, the range of punishment for sexual assault is anywhere from probation all the way from 2 years to 20 years in prison. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
And would everyone agree that if someone were found guilty of sexual assault, you really don't know what you would give them because you don't know anything about the facts of the case. So there may be some circumstances where you could see, well, maybe I'll give this person probation based upon what I've heard. Maybe I'll give them 2 years based upon what I've heard. Maybe I'll give them 20 years based upon what I heard. But the question for you is whether or not you can consider the full range of punishment. Is there anyone here who cannot consider the full range of punishment? All right, you're number 63. All right. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the English language. I love languages. I'm originally from Louisiana. So of course, did I take Spanish? No. My dreams were I'm living in France and I'm in Louisiana, so I'm taking French. So that's what I took. But my life sort of detoured and I'm here in Texas and I probably should have taken Spanish like my friend suggested I take. So when I was in law school, I was surrounded by people who spoke so many languages. Some of my classmates who were from the Middle East spoke about 6 languages and some spoke about 4. So I think languages are beautiful. The only thing they could teach me in other languages was how to say hurry up. So I know how to say hurry up in every language. So if I'm traveling, I can tell people hurry up in every language. So is there anyone here whose English is not your first language? Raise your card. All right. We have 18. And when I call your number, just lower your card. 20, 23, 22, 28, 36, 40. And that light is shining back there. Is that 52?
It is.
All right. All right. Juror number 18. What is your first language?
Spanish.
How do you say hurry up in Spanish? Thank you. That's correct. All right. So have you been able to understand everything that's being said?
Yes.
All right. Juror number 20. What is your first language? This is going to be a new language for me. How do you say hurry up in Thai?
I guess bye.
Bye. Oh, that is so easy. And the court reporter doesn't like it when I do this because it's not going down in that language. So have you been able to understand everything? Right. Juror number 22. All right, see, we're falling. Okay.
Spanish.
All right. Have you been able to understand everything? All right. Thank you. 23.
Spanish.
All right. Have you been able to understand everything?
Not really.
All right, how long have you been in the United States?
Training, 20 years.
20 years? Did you go to school here?
No.
All right, thank you.
What?
28. Hi, what's your language?
Hi.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Have you been able to understand everything?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Oh, well, no, I'm sorry, number 28. How do you say hurry up? I'm going to see if she told me correctly.
Rail. She missed the last 2 words.
Okay. Now if I go, they're going to say, where's the rest of it? All right, 36. All right. Have you been able to understand everything? All right, thank you. Number 40.
Spanish.
Have you been able to understand everything?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Number 52.
Spanish.
All right, have you been able to understand everything? All right, thank you. And now that everyone has had a chance to hear everyone speak and see each other, is there anyone here who recognizes any of the parties who introduced themselves to you? Okay. All right, other than meeting each other in the hallway or meeting each other downstairs, do any of you know each other? Okay, that is very odd. Usually there's a teacher who has a student. I mean, once we had the wife and the ex-wife, they got along very well, but I am shocked nobody here knows anyone. All right, next I want to talk to you about travel arrangements and time constraints. Is there anyone who has travel arrangements or time constraints? In travel arrangements, I mean, you're going somewhere and you can't put the ticket in my name. So anyone here who has any of those constraints, you need to let us know now and raise your cards. 28, 41, 46, 62, 34. Okay, let's start over. Because y'all are going out of order. Anyone who has any type of time constraints, raise your card and keep them up till I call your number. 4, 10, 18, 19, 28, 30, 36, 41, 46. And is that 45? Yes. 62, 66, and 72.
Your Honor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
In time constraints over what time frame?
Oh, well, if anybody thinks that, you know, we're going to be here for a year, that's not happening.
Over the next month or two.
Yes, no. That number 40. All right, number 4, what's your time constraint?
I will clarify, because somebody asked in the courtroom. My wife's flying out of town Tuesday morning and he's in DC for the week. So I have the kids of my own at that time.
How old are your children?
15, 13, and 11.
You're not going to trust them at home by themselves?
Get them there. I have to pick them up.
Okay.
Your Honor,
And you say Tuesday, what day Tuesday?
She flies out Tuesday to DC.
All right.
Coming Tuesday, sorry.
Okay, so that's
tomorrow.
next week.
Yes, ma'am. That's-
Oh, okay. All right, and,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, number 69 also has theirs up.
oh, thank you so much. All right, number 10. Yes,
Couple weeks and.
when is this?
Around the 20th.
All right, and where are you going? Okay. All right, thank you. 18.
I have 2 children, ages 2 and 3. I'm stay-at-home parent.
Okay. You don't trust them at home by themselves? Okay. Number 19.
I'm not sure this really counts, but I have airline tickets March 13th.
Okay, where are you going?
I am going to Dallas.
All right.
I'm traveling for work with a team of children. I'm a teacher.
Oh, what school?
Forest Girl Elementary School in the North Side School District.
Oh, wow. I teach at UTSA. So what do you teach?
Well, I'm the gifted, talented enrichment specialist.
Oh, wow. I was in enrichment classes as well. Well, we have a lot in common. So what are you going to be doing in Dallas with your students?
I am going to a destination imagination tournament where I coach kids who have qualified for the state tournament.
I may have to show up. What time is that? All right, number 28.
March 22nd, I'm going on a cruise,
Where are you going?
Cabo and Ensenada.
Okay. All right. I don't know if everybody wants you to go. Looks like you're going to have fun. Number 30.
March 24th through the 28th, I'll be out of town, up in Dallas.
All right. Are you all going to Dallas together? It's a lot of Dallas people.
Unrelated.
Okay. Number 36. Oh, yes. I don't anticipate us being here till April, but where will you be going in April? Mexico. Oh, safe travels. Number 40.
All right, it's August.
Oh, are we going to be here in August? What are you doing in August?
Flying to Norway.
Oh, happy travels. I've never been there. I'm going to put it on my bucket list. All right, thank you. 41.
I have 2 time constraints, one in March during spring break. I'm a doctor in a small group. And I'm the only one that can see the hospital patients.
All right, when is spring break?
The days that I'm working are start on March 15th and go through March 20th.
Okay, and then your other time constraint?
It's in May, May 4th through May the 9th. We have a trip plan with non-refundable tickets,
And where are you headed?
Vermont.
Oh,
My husband and I are going there.
for the syrup? For the maple syrup?
Birthday.
Okay,
That's, that's down the road in May.
all
It's
right.
the March that I'm concerned about.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Was that 41? You're on?
Yes. Number 45.
Airline tickets on March 9th to go to Arkansas.
What are you doing in Arkansas?
Visiting my grandbaby.
Okay. How old is your grandchild?
2.
Ah, time goes by so quickly. All right, thank you. 46.
March 14th, I'm going to Indianapolis.
What are you doing there?
My daughter's volleyball tournament.
Are you gonna, does she want you there? Is she gonna be stage fright to perform because you're there?
I'm the only one going with her
Oh.
parent.
Ah, okay. And that's the 14th? All right, thank you. Number 55.
Yes, March 28th, I have an important religious event to attend, and at home, I have a nice girl grandpa.
Okay, all right, thank you. Uh, 62.
March 24th, we leave for Fort Lauderdale for Astro Spring Training and then a cruise on the 27th to Panama.
Oh, wait a minute. Astro Spring Training?
It's the last day.
Okay. All right, thank you. Number 66.
We're going to Mexico on the 10th. We'll be back to the 25th.
The 10th of March.
Yes.
What are you doing in Mexico?
My wife's brother's 5th year passing.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
My wife's brother, my brother-in-law,
Mhm.
passed away every 5 years.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry to hear that. All right, 69.
I'll also be going to Mexico April 10th through the
What are you doing in Mexico?
my grandmother.
Oh. All right, thank you. 72.
I'll be out the week of April 17th.
All right, what are you doing April 17th? To the Bahamas. All right, thank you very much. Is it 47?
I'll be out March 7th.
What are you doing March 7th? I'm sorry, what?
Costa Rica.
What are you going to be doing in Costa Rica?
Some whole family.
All right, does the whole family want you there? Okay. Sometimes people just invite a bunch of people. That's number 47. 39.
This man will be going to Valley for a wedding on March 11th for the ring bearers wedding.
Ring bearers. I mean, Can't they carry their own rings though? They really need a ring bearer. All right, and so that's March 11th. What time? Okay, court reporter, we got to make her job easier. She can't hear you.
Sorry, it's gonna be Saturday evening. I'm gonna have rehearsal there on Friday, March 11th, I think it is. I think Saturday is the actual way.
Have you already RSVP'd?
Yeah, we have.
Okay. Thank you. 67.
I'm gonna be on vacation 16 and 17 of March. I'm on vacation. And then, April the 8th is, my daughter's birthday party.
All right, 16th and 17th, where are you going to be specifically?
We're going to, Walk Park.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. 71.
The month of April is a question mark for me. Having a baby.
Oh, okay. Oh, congratulations. I honestly don't think we're going to be here in April, but we,
Okay,
all right, thank you for letting us know though.
but sometime in April.
Okay, all right, thank you. Congratulations. Number 70.
April 2nd through April 14th, first week Vegas, second week at Fort Aransas.
All right, don't spend too much in Vegas. That's what they tell me. All right, anyone else? Number 63.
Appointment on the 7th of March and the 10th.
All right, and what is the appointment for?
Doctors.
Okay, all right, thank you. Anyone else? 62.
I didn't add in doctor appointments for Wednesday and Thursday this week and Thursday next week, and then March 20th.
All right, thank you. All right, with that being said, I am going to turn it over to the state to begin their voir dire. State.
All right, thank you. Okay. Right, it's been a long day. I will try to make this as quick as I can. My name is Brittany Mitchell. Already introduced yourself. I'm with the state of Texas. I am in the, well, I guess you can call it the Special Victims Unit, family violence. We do sex crimes, family violence crimes. And today we are here for a sexual assault. I put this because this is how many people have watched Law and Order, know about Law and Order. Okay, I'm not Law and Order. I would love to be Law and Order. I would love to have their, whatever they have, star quality, resources, all that good stuff. But reality, this is what we do. We are on our phones, we are running around. I say this because you will see us on our phones. I'm gonna apologize in advance. It's just the nature of the job. We're getting witnesses ready. We're looking to the next trial. It's what we do. We're into everything. Now jury selection, who knows what this picture shows? Jury number 26.
I think it's 12 Angry Men.
It is 12 Angry Men. Jury number 26. What is that movie about?
I'm sorry. It's Henry Fonda is about the only one that feels the defendant is not guilty, and he convinces all the other 11 that he is.
All right, and it just kind of talks about the jury.
I mean, it's the opposite, that he was the only one that felt he wasn't.
Right. Yeah, so it's about juries. It's about, and in that movie, people have strong opinions, or they go back and forth. Of course, this was when it was all men. But it's different now. We have a better cross-section of society, but we all have strong opinions, and that's the beauty of jury selection. Is you all have an opinion and you all come together and you make your verdict. Ground rules, tell the truth. This is the only time where I can address you and kind of ask questions of you and really get a feel for if a case that you can be fair and impartial on and render a fair verdict. The splash zone, you don't have a juror number 1, but juror number 2, all the way, I'd probably say the first 36 of y'all. Are anyone here not familiar with the splash zone at SeaWorld? Few people? Okay, juror number 15. Okay, well, the splash zone at SeaWorld is when the whale, it says splash zone and he splashes and you get wet if you're there. Sometimes if you're not there, my daughter was very upset. So in jury selection, there's a splash zone. The closer you are, the more likely you are to get on the jury. And one thing, especially in a case like this, we really need to know your opinions. Because if you're silent, we don't know what your opinion is on something, and you can't really make a basis, and you're honestly more likely to get on the jury if we don't know.
And I'm sorry, State, just let me have you pause just 1 second, because there are two things that I forgot to address with everyone who's here. Number one is about jury selection is this. Our country doesn't ask a lot of us. The only thing your country asks of you is to pay taxes and to show up for jury selection. And I always tell this story because I know people have other things that they would rather be doing in their life. Nobody wants to show up for jury duty. But I tell this story about my uncle. My uncle was from Grand Canyon, Louisiana, small little town in Grand Canyon. Population right now is probably maybe it's 1,200. He was super intelligent. So his teachers would keep moving him up grade levels in class. Vietnam War breaks out. He's graduated from school. And he was like, I already know this is not what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to go ahead and join the military. So my grandmother actually had to sign for him to go into the military because they were drafting all of the young boys in Grand Canyon, Louisiana. And he said, I'm just going to go ahead and sign up. So my grandmother, that was her firstborn, and she had to sign for him to go to the military. So when we do jury selection, I always tell people that your country is not asking a lot of you. The country doesn't even ask you to take part in a draft anymore. And so even though sometimes there are light moments of jury selection, it is very serious, and we do need jurors in order to have a jury trial. And the second thing I always tell people is about my friend from law school, who is a civil attorney. And civil attorneys, normally they're not in jury trial. On the criminal side, you're usually in jury trial every week. And she was called up for jury selection, and she wanted to have lunch because we hadn't seen each other in a while. So we go to lunch. And at lunch, I asked her how jury selection is going, and she tells me it is going fabulous. Never heard that before, because obviously it wasn't in the 187th with me, so how is it fabulous? But I said, why do you say that? And she said, because it's just like we were in law school. I'm on the back, I'm keeping my head down, I'm not answering any questions. I started laughing. She's like, what's funny? I said, you and I are going to be able to have lunch this entire week, because people who are silent are usually people who end on the jury. Both the defense and the state, they're trying to select a fair jury. And so in order for them to do that, they need everybody to participate. So I leave you with those two thoughts. All right, State, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. And then this quote right here is something I pulled straight off of the Office of Court Administration website. Jury service is a privilege that offers the average citizen an unequaled opportunity to influence and deliberate over fundamental matters of justice. As a juror, you are in a position of responsibility. You will need to be fair, impartial, and be willing to make decisions that are not based on your personal feelings and biases. Okay, who knows who these people are? Juror number 6.
Oh, Cheech Chong.
Cheech and Chong. And juror number 10, what are they known for? Smoking weed. Okay. So if this was a possession of marijuana case, would Cheech be the best juror for this case?
No.
Probably not. And why is that, juror number 60? What?
He wouldn't be very partial.
He wouldn't be very impartial, right? And and that's cool, if you don't think it should be against the law, that's great. You're probably just not a great juror for that kind of offense. One thing, what we talk about is if your car's been broken into recently, maybe not the best to be on a a jury for a burglary of a vehicle. Not to say you can't be on juries for other things, right? So that's what we're trying to parse out. Sexual assault, these are the elements, these are bullet points of each point that we have to prove in a sexual assault case. That there's a date, on or about a date, don't have to say the exact date, but on or about a date. The defendant, in this case, Kadir Gunner, did intentionally or knowingly cause the sexual organ of the complainant, in this case, to contact the sexual organ of the defendant without the consent of the complainant. Without consent, there's multiple ways that we can show in the law without consent. The defendant compels the victim to submit or participate by using physical force or violence against her. So there's an or there, right? Force or violence. Anyone have any idea why it's worded differently? Oh, here we go. I saw some cards.
It could be either like.
Sorry, can you
force,
stand up?
Either force or like coercion.
Coercion, okay, could be coercion. There was a card. Threats. And can you hold your juror number? Juror number 70, threats. Juror number 18,
There can be different types of violence.
there's different types of violence. Juror number 35.
Coercion could be psychological.
Okay, and juror number 26, I'm sorry, can you stand up?
Physical force could be like pressure without actually being violence.
Okay, thank you, juror number 26. So juror number 3.
Just kind of adding to that as well, that the violence could be something more than just physical, it could be psychological, or even financial violence.
Okay. So we'll talk about physical force by the defendant. So physical force is always forced by the defendant. The degree, it says use force. It does not say a degree of force. So the degree of force is not defined. Only that force was used. I'll say that again. The degree of force is not defined. Only that force was used. So if I'm sitting here and gravity pulls a water bottle to the ground, am I using force to put the water bottle on the ground? No. Oh my gosh. If for some reason I'm here and I push it, did I use force? Was it violent?
No.
But it was still force.
Yes.
Does everyone understand that concept? Oh, so, and most importantly, and this is important because the law actually changed in Texas or somewhere in the 1980s. Sexual assault used to require not only some kind of force or violence, but that the victim was using reasonable pressure back. That's no longer the law. There's no requirement that the victim resisted to any degree of force. Okay, does everyone understand that? So intentionally or knowingly, a person acts intentionally or with intent with the respect to the result of his conduct when it is conscious, objective, or desire to cause the result. The defendant had the desire and did commit sexual assault. That's intentional. Knowingly is a result of his conduct. He's aware or is reasonably certain to cause the result. He's aware that putting a private part in a private part is sexual assault. Beyond a reasonable doubt is our standard. It is a standard that is met, I'm sorry, I ruined my water bottle. It's a standard that is met by the state across the country. And there is no definition. It is, the key word is reasonable doubt. So do you have a doubt? Any doubt? I think anyone can find a doubt about anything, but is it a reasonable doubt? And if you have a reasonable doubt, does it actually go to one of the things we even have to prove? So what's this a picture of? Again, I think we all kind of said that. It's missing pieces though, right? Okay. Another example I'll give is, say you go to a movie theater. And as you're pulling up to the theater, you hear some like thunder in the background. You might see some clouds forming. You go into the theater, you watch your movie, come back out, and everything's wet. Juror number 5, what happened?
It rained.
It rained. You didn't see it rain. Now, is it possible that the fire department came out and just wet everything down? Possible, but not reasonable. So you have to ask yourself, is it reasonable? And how do we prove a case to you, especially sexual assault, beyond a reasonable doubt? Evidence. Evidence is what we bring to you. And it all comes from the witness stand. What the attorneys say, how we word questions, not evidence. You have to listen to what comes out of the witness stand. And so part of your job as a juror will be analyzing human behavior on the stand. Juror number 16. How do people act when they're nervous?
They, their eyes move around a lot, or they may shake their legs or shake their feet, or, just a lot of movement.
Mm-hmm.
May show that.
Yeah. Fidgety,
Yeah.
kind of. How do people act when they're lying? Anyone have an opinion? Juror number 55? I'm sorry, can you stand up?
No eye contact.
No eye contact, okay. Anyone else? Juror number 8. Overconfidence, okay, that's a good one. Juror number 18?
Over explaining unnecessary details.
Unnecessary details. Juror number 25. Haven't heard from you.
They changed the subject.
They changed the
Move
subject,
it on to something else.
okay. Juror number 26?
Some people will make a statement before they say something, I'm really telling you the truth, and they kind of qualify what they say.
Bolstering. I like that word, bolstering. They bolster themselves. Juror number 73?
You notice your body language, sometimes they lean forward, oftentimes you notice your body temperature elevates, and you have sweat on your brow, sweat in your arms.
All right. Juror number 41?
They'll blame someone else.
They'll blame somebody else. All right, oh. Juror number 44? They'll make excuses. Juror number, was it 52? 52?
They may change details of the story.
The details might change. Juror number 49?
I talk fast.
They might talk fast. Okay, those are all excellent. And the behavior on the stand is your evidence. You all use your own experience to decide that. Now, why would someone make up an allegation of sexual assault? Juror number 18?
Or they might have something to gain from
They
it.
might have something to gain. Anyone else? Juror number 46?
Retaliation.
Retaliation. Juror number 51?
Some sort of malice held for the other person.
Like they just don't like the other person, right? Juror number, I'm sorry, I'm gonna call you out. Juror number 21?
They said a lot of good ones.
don't know.
That's okay, that's okay, I put you on the spot. Juror number 55,
Mental illness.
mental illness, okay. Juror number 35,
Maybe sue for financial gain also.
for financial gain. Juror number 70,
Child custody.
child custody. Juror number 62,
Like they're trying to hide something that had already happened and blame somebody else for it.
so they're trying to cover up something?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. 72, I believe,
Maybe just protecting the reputation.
to protect their reputation, okay. Juror number 20. Okay, hold on. Juror number 2, I haven't heard from you.
Mainly just to gain attention onto themselves. Maybe I would say they get that kind of attention from a loved one and the parents, so they make it up by telling being attention from strangers.
So for attention, okay. And then juror number 26, you have
Pretty much the same thing, craving attention or sympathy.
sympathy, okay. Any, juror number 29,
They might have something against a step parent or something.
something against a family member, step parent, okay. Anyone else, juror number 15? No, you're looking at me, so I thought, okay, anything else from my splash zone? Witness credibility, one thing I wanna emphasize is that everyone on the stand is a person. Whether they're a police officer, whether they're a nurse, whatever, they're a person, and we judge them based on what they say. And as a person who has experience, not as a title, if that makes sense. And you have to wait until they testify to decide what you. Punishment, judge covered this. There are 2 phases to this trial. Phase 1 is the guilt phase. That's where you judge the crime. And it's, did we meet the elements? Did this happen? Guilty, not guilty. And then phase 2, you judge the crime and you judge the person. And render your verdict. Purpose of punishment. Punish, to deter, to sometimes provide restitution, to rehabilitate. And like the judge said, in order to be a juror, not only do you have to follow the law as to guilt, innocence, and looking at all the elements, to make sure we prove them beyond a reasonable doubt, you also need to be able to consider an appropriate punishment in the full range of punishment. The full range of punishment, sexual assault, it is a 2nd-degree felony, 2 to 20 years in prison. And then as a juror, you'd also make the decision of whether they're probation eligible or whether you recommend probation. And I believe there was someone who raised their hand, juror number 4. Did you raise your hand as to punishment? Do you still feel that you cannot consider the full range of punishment?
That was my question, was whether you would testify.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 63. I'll come back to you. 63.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still feel that you would not be able to consider the full range of punishment?
No, I wouldn't want the max.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? 62.
I would want that.
Okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna step back. So at this point, we don't know what the facts are, right? Okay, and so not every case is the same. I'll give an example. Brothers at a cookout, 2 brothers fight, they're both drunk. One brother has maybe a condition in his head and he falls and he passes away. Right? Or you have someone, I'm talking about murder, or you have someone who is just shot by a stranger on the street. And we all agree that those are the same crime, but different situations, right? And so that's the reason we have a range. So we don't know the facts in our case. We don't know what's mitigating, what's aggravating in this case. So the question really is, are you open to the range? I see people nodding head. Can you raise your hands up? Or I'm sorry, raise your numbers, 62, 63, 59, 41. And I'm sorry, can you flip your card over? 47. Anyone else? 41. You want to
I
say something?
have a really hard time with not doing the max at the top.
Okay, and as long as you're open. One thing I want to say is, you know, nobody here likes sexual assault, right? I mean, it's against the law for a reason. And it's okay for you to think of the offense and feel like, it's okay for the offense itself to make you angry, because what you're doing is deciding if he's guilty, not necessarily saying the value of the crime itself, if that makes any, probably doesn't make any. It's okay to know that it's a bad offense. It's important that you take it seriously, but you also need to follow the law and understand there could be mitigating. For instance, in sexual assault, there is a Romeo and Juliet provision, right? 14-year-old, 17-year-old for sexual assault of a child. Very different between a 14-year-old and a 62-year-old, right? So that's what I'm talking about with range. Juror number 41, do you still feel the same way?
I do, because I think that the consequences to women of rape are very bad in the state.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and this is where kind of ask you personally. You don't have to say if you've been a victim or who it is, but close experience. Has anyone here had experience with the issue of sexual assault? 3, 4, 6, 7, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 25, 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, 36, 40, 43, 44, 45, 47, 48, 49, 41, 51, 52, you can put your card down, 54, 55, 60, 59, 61, 62, 63, 69, 73, 75. And 56? Yes.
Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
Okay, who here has experience in the issue of sexual assault? 56. Okay. Anyone here, this is the first time I've asked the question this way, anyone here who does not know someone that has been sexually assaulted? 15, 19, 26, 27, 32, 46, 53, 64. So usually I ask it the other way around, but I started getting so many cards up that it's pretty telling. You know, there of all of y'all, probably 6 or 7 don't know somebody. So we all know it's serious, but it's important to be able to put those to the side and know that as Mr. Gunner sits here, you don't know anything about it. Right? You don't know anything about it. And so your job is not to judge the offense, it is to judge the case itself. And who can be fair and impartial. Now, of the people that raised your number, are there any of you that feel like your experience on it has made it to the point where you cannot put it to the side and follow the law in this case? You'll raise your card. Okay. All right, 33, 34, 29, 40, 41, 43, 45, 47, 54, 55, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 69, 73, 75. Thank you. Does anyone here know anyone that's been accused of sexual assault? Still raise your card. 7, 8, 11, 12, 18, 22, 27, 33, 36, 44, 45, 47, 48, 49, 51, 52, 54, 55, 59, 60, 61, 63, 75. Of those that raised your card, raise your card again if that person was prosecuted. 7, 11, 12, 22, 63, 45, 75. Of those that raised your card just then, how many of you feel that that person was treated unfairly? No one? Juror number 7, how did you know this person?
I'd rather not say.
Okay, that's fine. Well, any of you that raised your card, do you feel that that experience would weigh on you in a way that you could not be fair and impartial to either side in this? Juror number 8. So, if we, as the state, proved each element beyond a reasonable doubt to you, would you be able to follow the law in a sexual assault? Okay, and what is your bias?
Like you said, the offense, because how the offense is very, it provokes me mostly to anger because of my own word and because every thought that comes to daughter and one of the things as well. So because of that history, we found that comes about I feel nothing but anger. And the severity of the conflict.
And your uncle was not prosecuted. Thank you. Okay, oh, I'm sorry, 63? Did you have a? Did you feel that they were treated fairly?
I feel that you were treated fairly. I just know that I wouldn't be able to be biased. I wouldn't be, I would listen, but I wouldn't take it into consideration.
Okay, and so if we proved, or let me ask you, if we didn't prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, would you be able to find him not guilty? Okay, thank you. Juror number 29?
All right, for some reason, okay, here's the thing, everyone. I didn't hear her answer. Were you able to hear her answer? What was the answer?
But should you be able to find him guilty and out of a future?
But what was the question? I think the question and the answer do not match.
Okay, I'll ask it again. As the state, if just realized how that. If we were to, if we failed to prove that he was guilty, would you be able to say he was not guilty?
No, I don't feel like I could have that.
Thank you. Juror number 75?
Individual that was prosecuted was relative. Other issues within extended family, not found guilty. We're not even prosecuted.
Okay,
Impacting lives, impacting my opinion,
okay,
impacting my fairness.
all right, thank you.
Defense or prosecution.
Okay, just in general, I understand, thank you. Anyone else I missed? Oh, juror number 29.
I was just gonna ask if it was about, your question was on the victimized or the accused.
Do you, I guess, well, I think I was talking about people that were accused, but you can answer.
Well, it's, I knew of someone that was victimized
Okay,
and another co-worker too.
okay. Do you feel that your experience with them would impact your ability to be fair and impartial on this case?
Probably a little bit, 'cause as soon as I heard what it was gonna be about, it was felt the ugliness in my stomach.
Okay, so would you be able to put that to the side and listen to the evidence and all of the
It's
law?
gonna be in the back of my mind thinking about,
Okay, but
especially that one person.
All right, so here's the thing, everyone, you need to make sure that you're not talking over to each other because the court reporter can only take down one person at a time. And when we talk over each other, that makes her job more difficult. And the whole thing about this entire jury trial is, if you're selected on this jury, will you be able to listen to the evidence and base your decision of guilty or not guilty based upon the evidence that you hear? That's the question. Is there anyone here who cannot, if you're selected on this jury, is there anyone here who cannot base their decision on whether someone is guilty or not guilty in this case based upon the evidence that you hear? State.
Okay, can you, sorry, raise it up?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
It's only my view, ma'am.
All right, you can stand. And what is your number?
Or to take a stand on his own behalf. For me, I would like to listen to the individual, him or her, defend themselves, because as you spoke earlier about gestures and people, they start twitching and so forth. The individual, the accuser will do the same. And
All right,
I think we would be able to actually pick up on certain things, but maybe he or she will refuse to take the stand for that reason.
All right,
We
and
may be able to pick up on. certain
all right, and state, I paused your time. Does everyone understand here that in the United States of America, nobody has to take the witness stand in a criminal case? Does everybody understand that?
Yeah.
So if anybody here were on trial for a criminal offense, you could not be called to testify against yourself. Is there anyone who has a problem with that? So that means if somebody had a child who was on trial for a criminal offense, they could not be called to testify against themselves. If it was somebody's grandmother, somebody's mother, they could not be called to give testimony against themselves. Is there anyone here, if Mr. Gunner decides not to take the stand to testify for whatever reason it may be, is there anyone here who will hold that against him? That's the question.
Okay, number 4, 31, and 33. Thank you.
All right, state.
And I would like the other who had their cards raised after the first question about the ability to follow the law and the evidence that the judge asked. I believe. I'm sorry.
Sorry, if I may ask.
Juror number 40.
When the judge made the question,
I'm sorry, please stand up.
sorry about that, when the judge made the question, if we will be able to present a fair judgment, I raised my card.
Okay, so, it was who cannot, as the offense is, who cannot follow the law and the evidence and render a fair judgment. That was, I believe.
The question is, if you're selected to sit on this jury, will you be able to base your decision on whether Mr. Gunner is guilty or not guilty based upon the evidence that is presented to you? Not based upon what is happening outside the courtroom, but based upon what is happening inside the courtroom. Is there anyone who cannot do that?
Juror number 11, juror number 62, and juror number 7. Okay, thank you. Let's see, a couple, how many people have served on a criminal jury before? Put your card up. There's quite a few. Okay, 19, 25.
Yeah, I was on one that was on indecent exposure and lewd conduct, is that criminal?
Yes.
I think it was.
Yeah. 62, 64, 19, 41, 45, 25, 48, 53, 73. Of those that raised your card again if you found a verdict as a juror. Hold them up. 19, 25, 62, 64, 41, 45, 53, 73. And if that verdict was guilty, hold your card up. 19, 41, 45, 53, 62, 73. Thank you. Let's see, juror number 11. You put retired on your juror card.
I'm retired.
What was your previous career?
I worked for the government right before I retired, but other than that, I was plumbing.
You're a plumber?
Yeah.
All right. A lot of technical degrees in this jury panel. Just gonna say, my husband's HVAC, so I appreciate that. Let's see. Jury number 17. What is jam prep?
I work in the Steven Sons company and I make doors. So all I do is I just cut the doors in a angle for the sides of the doors.
Okay.
And that's what our area is called.
Okay, and did you have a degree? Okay, okay. Okay, and how many people marked that they have been a witness or in a criminal case? I believe juror number 22 and 48. Anyone else? Okay, either of you feel that that experience would hinder your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? No. Juror number 29, I've spoken to you. Your card was blank. I don't know if that was a mess up somewhere. What do you do?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, you mailed it in. Okay. I'm sorry, can you stand up?
Electrician,
You're an electrician. How long have you been an electrician?
34 years.
All right. Did you go to tech school? Get a
Yeah.
certificate? All right. Yeah, I'm telling y'all are the tech group. 31. 31. Hi.
Go ahead with questions.
I'm sorry, can you stand up? I also had a blank form for you. What's your occupation?
Administrative assistant.
Administrative
Federal
assistant.
government.
Okay, awesome, thank you. And 35. Yours is blank too.
I mailed it in.
Oh, you mailed it in. Oh, we gotta check on that. What's your occupation?
Geospatial analyst. I work for a National Geospatial Intelligence Agency at the NSA Texas site here. 39 years in the intelligence community. So I can't give you details about it.
Oh, that's okay. I know someone that works.
Yeah. Anything else?
No, that's it. Just trying to make sure we have everything. All right.
Question.
Yes, 52.
I'm sorry, I forgot that I'm an expert witness for a criminal case.
Okay, in what field?
Mental health.
And what kind of offense was it?
It was sexual.
Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate you telling us that. Any other questions about anything we talked about? Any comments? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to take a short break. And we are going to, I'm going to ask that you all line back outside by 3:50, please. All right, everyone, please rise.
Hi.
What time did we say?
For who? Yes, we're ready. 1:30.
10:30? Oh, because we're not doing the other one anymore, right?
Right.
You guys can sit down.
Okay. Doesn't compute with me.
Defense, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
First, mathematically speaking, I don't mean to ignore you folks, but mathematically, if I get to you, it's gonna be difficult, just the way the numbers are. So if I'm not paying attention and you still want to say something, I want to see your card. Because everybody's voice in here needs to be heard. Now, how many wrong answers did we hear already? Anybody? None. Yes, that's correct. None. This is all about trying to figure out if you're qualified, I guess, emotionally or mentally or spiritually to hear a case of this nature. You have, yes, sir.
I actually gave a wrong answer. I thought of someone who had been convicted of sexual assault that I knew.
Okay.
Before I said I couldn't think of anybody.
Oh, and you did know something? Okay, I appreciate you mentioning that. Okay, for the record, that was just one wrong answer. There was no wrong. Right. I saw a lot of you folks walking around this morning and realizing that the arrows are pointed wrong over here. And this is in a courtroom. Okay, I think we're like, what? Are we 9th largest city in the US and they're making mistakes and putting them up on walls? So can we agree that sometimes even if somebody writes something or puts it up on the wall, mistakes happen? How many people walked down here this morning? I saw a lot of y'all wandering over there. Well, so look, before I begin, a lot of my work has already been done with the questions that have been asked and answered. And so the only thing I want to impress upon everyone is to really share your thoughts. We've waited a long time to get to this point. And why would we want to rush something or have somebody that is not able? I always say, it sounds so horrible to say, oh, I can't be fair or part of it. What is horrible is if you don't express it. And if you don't express it and you end up in this bench, that's when the problems are going to start. Because everybody that's going to be selected today, which everybody's capable of being selected, you're going to be asked to take an oath. After you take that oath, you're going to want to live up to that oath. You don't want to get to the point where they're gonna ask you to take the oath and then you say, I can't do this. I need to know if you can, and I guess several of you have been courageous enough to express that you cannot sit as a judge of fact in a case like this, and I respect that. Not only do I respect it, it takes a lot of courage. Now, that doesn't mean I want everybody jumping on board thinking they're gonna get out of jury service. Because even sitting here, I can tell which ones, I'm guessing, maybe are leaning a little bit, just not to want to do jury service. And that's not gonna happen. And I hope I'm wrong. Now, I've been wrong before, a bunch of times. But in the answers that I'm gonna try to elicit, please just be yourself. Just tell me what's on your mind. First and foremost, the burden is never gonna shift to this table. It's never gonna shift to this table. Absolutely not. It always sits here. And it's because the state bears the burden the entire time of the trial. It bears the entire burden. How many people think that's unfair? It's never gonna shift from this table. They carry the burden. Is there anybody that thinks it should shift to this table? That we should prove that Kadir's innocent? By the way, Mr. Gunner owns a couple of Mediterranean Turkish grills here in San Antonio. He showed me my lack of knowledge when and I apologized to him when I referred to him as Middle Eastern. And he said, Anthony, I'm part of the European nation. I'm not Middle Eastern. I'm not categorized as Middle Eastern. And I realized how foolish I must have sounded to my client of several years in making that assumption. Is there anybody here that thinks maybe the would be somewhat biased to an individual that wasn't from this country? Is there anyone? Maybe that doesn't speak the language as clearly as you or I? Is there anybody that would hold that against him? I'm gonna go into the personal, and by the way, we're gonna split this up a little bit. I'm gonna allow Mr. Cortez to ask you questions regarding punishment and issues. I'm just gonna ask specific questions and see if I can get to know you guys better. Number one, is it Michael? How do you pronounce your last name?
Say.
Where's your origin? Where is it? Listen, do you understand that although, like, this is a very, I would say, emotional, very, it's a type of case that brings out raw emotions, initial emotions. You express how you feel about just the offense itself, just the nature of the offense. Are you able to, you think, set yourself aside and say, I want to start hearing evidence before I reach a conclusion of judgment?
Yes, because my got that security at a hospital is every time I'm going to an incident. And I had three family members, to know what's actualized here. Everyone already got.
And then you have to make a decision who if somebody needs to be, they don't come in that room. Which hospital are you? In that experience, have you ever has something ever appeared differently? And then in examination, you can get a different conclusion as to what was going on. So you were able to visually, I guess, your visual cues were able to kind of figure things out before you ever approached. Okay. Thank you. Is it Belia? Belia, on this type of offense, I think you spoke a little bit to the state. Do you think that you're able to set aside any type of initial, maybe emotional reaction?
Yes, I believe.
Would you agree with the statement that sometimes the world is not really how we see it, but how we perceive it. And do you understand that in a criminal jury trial, that the state, because it bears the entire burden, is gonna have the first shot at everything. They're gonna speak to you first. That's why I had to sit down over there. And they're gonna speak to you last. But do you think that with them speaking to you first, that you would be able to reserve any type of judgment until the evidence is completely presented? I appreciate that. Mr. Garza, you said you had 2 young children?
3.
3. You're gonna be the, I guess, guardian of them, the sole guardian next,
My
or
wife's
the week after.
starting next Tuesday.
Okay. I'm hoping to resolve this by this week, but that's a guess. Maybe we go into Monday. Would that overlap with anything? I mean, if you're doing it Tuesday, do you have to get everything in order on Monday?
My wife would probably put that burden on her
Okay.
getting it ready, but I would be picking up kids.
Okay. I was there one time. I know. And so that brings me to another point that nobody asked. Is there anybody here that would suffer, and I'm talking about the people that work for themselves or whoever, that would suffer any type of financial hardship in sitting here for the next 3 or 4 days possibly? Okay. Number 2, number 4, number 15, number 16, number 18, number 20, number 25, number 29, number 34, number 38, number 40, number 48, number 54, number 60, number 61. We're gonna have to revisit that with everyone to a degree, maybe later. But I appreciate you letting me know. As the judge said earlier, there's really 2 ways to serve your country. One is to enlist, okay? I guess we can serve our community in many, many different ways, but to actually serve the country, then next would be jury duty. And I don't want anyone here thinking of not meeting their financial obligations because they're sitting here and they should be paying attention so greatly to what's being presented here. I don't want your mind somewhere else. The only way I'm gonna know about that is if you tell me. The only way anybody's gonna know about that is if you. So, after the end of all this, when everybody goes down and you're like, neither one of those damn attorneys asking this question. You go up to the bailiff and you say, I need to ask the judge a question, or I need to tell the judge something in the court. And then we bring you in here. We're not gonna cover everything. We try, and sometimes we miss things. When you miss something, you gotta let her know, and they'll bring you back here and we'll discuss it, okay? Mr. Garza, I think you mentioned that you could not set aside an initial emotional response to this type of offense. Is that correct?
It was someone not testifying.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you saying that. And do you understand that Kadir is not required to? And so you would not be able to, in that circumstance, be fair and impartial.
We are, a judge expressed, if a child or somebody, which is the minor, he's a grown man. I think I would want to represent or speak on my behalf.
I appreciate that. That's not the question.
I know, but that's-
But I need you to be more clear and for the record. And the answer is, and it's okay to say, it, you would require Kadir to speak in his defense.
Feel more comfortable hearing all the facts. Yes, sir. So yes.
Yes, thank you. So congratulations to this gentleman. None of us want to sit and say, no, I can't do this. No, I know you gave me instruction. No, I can't. I'm asking for y'all to be this courageous. Because if you don't, all the years that we waited to be here is for naught. All the years that we waited to come today and the next week to have our moment is shot. If somebody feels that they cannot do it, now is the time to speak. You have to speak up. And then with that said, you have to feel comfortable enough to speak up. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to do. If you know you can't, you have to speak up. Several of you have. And I'm going to ask you at the very end to hold your cards up again. You got to be crystal clear about it. we have a tendency, when we say we can't be fair, to say, hey, we try to backpedal a little bit because nobody wants to perceive that way. It's okay. In fact, the only thing that's not okay is if you don't say it and you don't stick to what you initially said, if that's your feelings, okay? Are we all clear on that? Thank you, thank you. Is it Roger?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Roger. Ms. Martinez, how are you?
Yes.
You've been quiet and they told you what happens to quiet people. So, where did you live before Bear County?
Harlingen.
Arlington? Okay.
Mhm.
And in a situation like this, if you were looking at evidence where somebody said, hey, I was sexually assaulted, what would be some of the physical evidence that you would be looking for?
You mean just
Yeah,
being
somebody-
shown or somebody saying?
Well, let's say somebody just got sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
What type of physical evidence would you be looking for?
I guess maybe medical reports or it's.
Well, I'm asking you, you're just, somebody just walked up to you and said, I've been sexually assaulted. Would you look for torn clothes? Any type of physical impairment? or injury?
Possibly, but maybe not.
Okay, how about their emotional being? Would you think that if they were laughing, that would be normal?
No.
With your life experience here on the earth, do you feel you would be able to gauge? Sometimes it's hard for us to put a finger on something, but do you think that you would be able to gauge just an observation, something that would help indicate other than words? You think you could?
I would need proof. I would need probably physical proof, maybe even somebody talking. I'd rather have more information than misinformation.
I appreciate that. What do you think of Ms. Martinez's response on your initial view of someone who is claiming to?
So I guess my gut, I generally believe when people say they've been assaulted like that. But then when it goes to like when things escalate or official court record, like that evidence is paramount and it's important. And that could, I guess, change what I would feel about it if things were presented and more information was found, I guess.
And it's Lacey?
That's correct.
Lacey, I like what you said, because I think it goes for most of the people here, whether they're going to be able to articulate as you did. You said initially you would like to believe what somebody is saying. But in something this serious, you would also sit back, reserve for a moment, and then make general observations?
I would say so, yes.
What would you be looking specifically?
I mean, there's a lot of things, I guess, that go with that, because that's it's kind of like it really just depends on if it were a complete stranger, I don't know, honestly. Like a friend or something, I'd be able to try to hear them out, but like a complete stranger, I don't know. I don't know what I would even look for.
It would be difficult.
Yeah.
So again, and I had mentioned it earlier, would you agree that our world is how we perceive it?
Perception is a lot, yes.
And if during the testimony, it was presented to you after your initial reaction that maybe somebody wasn't behaving the way your years on earth would say that they should be.
Right. Yes, I mean, beyond behavior, because I think that's a little bit face value-ish, but like again, if evidence is proven, I mean, like if I guess the reasonable doubt thing, like I would be able, like if it was proven to me that way, I would go one way or the other.
And I like how you said it was proven to you. So if it was shown, so could we say that our reality is basically based on our perception, correct? Yes, I believe. So
I
we're
believe
in a
so.
criminal jury trial. And so your perception is everything, but there's also rules you have to follow. Would you be able to follow those rules? One is to withhold judgment. Do not come with a judgment until all the evidence is submitted. Could you do that?
I believe so.
So again, as I talked to Roger, it's gotta be, and I hate to say it, it's gotta be, I can't have you believe so, and you're here.
In fact.
I gotta say, yes, I can, no, I can't, no, I'm worried about this. Those are all good answers.
Sure.
So again, I ask.
So I would say I'm worried. That's because I have anxiety.
That's okay.
But yes, I would be able to.
Thank you, Lucy.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ortiz, did you think you were gonna make it without anybody asking you for your law office, which law office your wife worked at?
I was hoping.
Which one?
Brock Guerra.
Is that a personal injury?
It's a defense for, defense.
Okay. Is it, do they handle both criminal and civil matters?
I can.
She doesn't talk about some of the, without names, of course.
She doesn't talk about the cases, no, she just does like HR payroll, so.
Okay. Where did you live before here?
I was born in California. But all those barely, it was a long time ago, but I lived in from those. Well, about I was like 7 years old, then I just lived down in San Antonio.
Okay. Has there been anything that the judge or the state has presented so far that you're either don't understand in a way to I guess align with how you view things? Or is there is the nature of the offense too severe to where you cannot set aside your initial raw response?
I'm gonna say that I had an initial response to it, definitely, yeah. It is gonna be difficult to put that aside.
So again, sometimes it's very difficult to say the words. I guess it's fair with how you just expressed that you would not be a fair and impartial juror in this topic.
Correct.
Again, thank you. Those are words that have to be spoken for the record. Thank you. Ms. Kraft, I think you expressed your views on. I think, I don't want to paraphrase, but I think you already mentioned it would be very difficult. Make this. Again, this case is so important. My goal, in case you guys are getting bored over there, my goal is to make it to that second row behind this. Okay. Mr. Montalban, how you doing today? Doing good. If you were evaluating somebody in a situation like this, that the issue is consent. Did you consent to sexual intercourse? What would you look for to see if it showed that it was non-consensual? What kind of physical evidence would you look for to see it was non-consensual? The person that's claiming, and by react, you mean physically? Do you think that there would be physical evidence of non-consent? Do you think there'd be any torn clothes? Do you think there'd be any? Thank you. Mr. Delgado, what do you think about Mr. Montalban's response? Now,
Right,
you're
so I'm sorry, just 1 second. So everyone, when you're speaking, just remember to speak up because everybody else needs to hear as well.
So you would try to gauge them overall?
Well, in a way, yeah, because I mean, basically, essentially, I mean, yeah, it's two people agreeing to certain things, but yeah, there can be boundary lines. So you have to look for, anything that's out like that.
In other words, you got to look past the initial statement.
Yes.
You're a CDL instructor?
Yes.
Did you ever at any time were a regular driver instructor? Okay, so you've been professional commercial driver the whole time. So there's certain rules that you have, that these guys have to pass. There's no middle ground if you're driving an 18-wheeler on, you're logging in your hours, how many hours you can travel in a day, correct?
Yes.
How do you verify that the truckers that you're training are following those rules?
By looking at paperwork, by looking at their logs. Like basically anything proof.
Have you ever come across a commercial log that indicated they rested and something else indicated that they were still traveling?
Yeah.
And so you are trained to look at other things other than the initial report?
Yeah.
How do you verify in some of those instances? How do you verify that? How do you verify, if I say I slept 6 hours in, how do you check me?
By paperwork, by making sure that you know if your logs are correct. There are camera systems also in the vehicle, so we just look on that too.
Okay. Thank you. Do you think you could be fair and impartial in this case?
Yes.
Like, you can wait to hear all the evidence?
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Flores, my other papers over here, did you indicate that you could or could not be?
I don't think I could.
Okay. And I appreciate that answer, but as I've gone through,
I can't.
there you go.
If you want to know why, I can tell you. If
I
you don't want to.
I don't, but we may call you up later
That's
because it's, so here's the deal, folks. Nobody should be embarrassed or anything about saying anything, even though he's willing to talk to me, I'm not willing to hear it right now. And I appreciate that he was willing to offer it, but I don't want anybody to feel compelled to say, well, I need to talk about this, right? We can all approach later and talk to the judge in a more private setting. So I appreciate you because it allowed me to express what I'm expressing now. There is no need for anybody to feel pressure. You guys are doing us the service. Why on earth would I try to place somebody in a position to feel a little bit of anxiousness or anxiety or embarrassment? That is not my goal. My goal is to select 12 fair and impartial jurors that can set aside initial emotion and listen and look and question the facts or the facts as they're presented. Thank you, sir. Is it Justin? Pronounce your last name for me, sir. Palayo. Where did you grow up before San Antonio?
I grew up here predominantly, and then I lived a little bit out of state in Pennsylvania for a few years.
Welcome back. Thank you. Do you have any questions of me? In all this, we're expressing, I guess, our raw reactions. And it's normal in its initial presentation. Do you think you would make a good juror for a case like this?
Yes.
Do you think you would be able to set aside, or not set aside, but wait until all the evidence is presented?
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. Do you ask yourself questions sometimes, like why do you perceive things a certain way? Do you ever get to that point? Like, I wonder why this, we're all different.
Yeah, I guess so.
You ever question like, well, how do I feel about this? Or why do I feel this way about it? Do you ever find yourself doing that?
Yes.
Do sometimes you recognize that it's either an outside influence? I'm not talking about family, I'm talking about either media or the newspaper or something. Do you find yourself viewing things negatively? Like say after you watch the news, that'll crap anybody out.
Yes.
And you think you can sit back and just hold off on judgment if you become sworn in as a trier of fact in this case?
I think after seeing all the evidence.
Yeah, thank you. That's all we can ask for. That's all we can have. That's all I'm looking for. This is a very difficult process. We're supposed to get to know everybody in the next, 35 minutes on something that's very, very serious. And the only way I can do it is by having you tell me that you can live up to the oath. How about you, sir? Is it Mr. Mendoza?
Yes, sir.
What kind of cells are you in?
GM, pretty much. memberships.
General Motors?
No, just gym, fitness.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I got you, True Fit. That tells you that I don't use that product. You can gather that by looking at it. What kind of physical evidence would you look at if somebody was making a complaint? Non-consensual intercourse.
I mean, just mainly pretty much their tone in their voice, body language. I mean, like pretty much what everybody else has said.
Do you think laughing would be part of that? You think if somebody was laughing during this?
No, I mean, because if it actually happened, I would assume they would take it very seriously. So
Would it make a difference to you if somebody tried to file a civil claim on this for money?
yes.
Brittany,
Yes.
how do you feel about that? If somebody tried to file a civil claim for money out of an accusation? Do you think that would come into play?
I mean, it could, if it was, I mean, depending on the person's objective or whatever.
Do you think it's possible for someone to consent to something and then regret it, like deeply?
Yes.
Do you think that if they told someone that they would have to stick to their initial story? If they initially told somebody it was non-consensual, do you think that it would be wise for them to change their story later? In other words, let's say there was a.
Well, I mean, first you said something, then you changed the word to why.
Okay.
So.
I apologize, and I appreciate you calling me on it. So here's what I'm trying to get at. If an individual claimed non-consensual, was regretting something, claimed non-consensual, and other people got involved, whether it was family or police, do you think at that time that it's likely, more likely or less likely for somebody in that particular situation to acknowledge that it was not non-consensual, that it was consensual after they started this show or this process?
So what you're asking is if first they say that it was non-consensual and they flip it and say it is.
No, first, between, she knew that it was consensual. I'm just
Right.
giving it, I'm not saying it's got anything to do, but let's say she thought it was consensual. She regretted it. I'm sorry, and then stated it was non-consensual.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to improper commitment.
All right, that will be sustained. Remember, everyone, the questions that are being asked of you are hypotheticals. None of it is about this specific case.
Correct.
And counsel, you're at 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna do 5 more minutes. I didn't make it to everybody. Do you believe that it would be possible for somebody to make an allegation and then regret making that allegation, but still not change their statement?
Yes,
Do you think that you could be fair and impartial in this case?
yes,
You'd wait to hear all the evidence?
yes.
Thank you. Dylan, I don't have too many questions for you, sir. I think you said that it would affect your income on this. Real estate agent. How long you been here? What are your thoughts about physical observation of someone making a claim of this offense? You're talking, I'm saying, I'm setting up the example, you're seeing them 10, 15 minutes after they're making this claim that just occurred. What do you think you would be observing?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand.
How do you think they physically be behaving?
The person that's making a claim,
Moments after, minutes after. You think they'd be laughing?
I don't think they would be laughing.
Okay. You think that that would go against the claim that they're making?
Object to improper commitment, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Mr. Guzman? Thank you. I'm glad the state asked you about Gen Prep. I didn't know what that was either. Do you have any questions as far as how this process works? You understand the burden states at this table never shifts over there? Would you require Kadir to speak?
All right, so here's the problem. Nobody is responding.
So it's gotta be more, it's gotta be verbal. Thank you, Judge. I apologize.
No problem.
Stand out of the way. And I think you've already said, Ms. Rodriguez, that you had 2 small children. Ms. Cornfor, you're taking the children to Dallas next week?
Yes.
If the latest was Monday, would this interrupt that schedule? Let's say this, I'm hoping it's on Friday, but let's say it's Monday. Let's say I don't know what I'm talking about. It's Monday.
Next Monday?
Yes.
No.
Thank you. Tell me what you do.
Oh, I work at a front desk and then I also have a second job at another shop.
Okay. Did you say you knew someone that had been victimized?
Yes.
Do you think you can set that example aside and be fair and impartial in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any questions about the process that you have?
Not so far, no.
Would you require Kadir to speak? If either, let's say he doesn't, I'm not saying he is or he is, I'm just talking hypothetically. Would you require him to speak? Legally require?
No.
Your last one, I'm gonna sit down and give the floor to Mr. Cortez. What are your thoughts on physical appearance if somebody just came to you and said they had non-consensual sex, basically sexual assault? What do you think that physical appearance would look like?
Just like any bruisings or how they come off, they approach it.
Do you think it's an emotional response that fits that serious allegation if they were laughing?
No.
I want to sit down. Mr. Cortez. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to talk to you about the punishment aspect of it, if we actually get to that part. However, what's already been mentioned is about the burden that's completely on the state. It's because all of us are presumed 100% innocent, 100%. The opposite of hot is cold, the opposite of dry is wet, the opposite of innocent is guilty. It's 180 degrees in the opposite direction. They have burden to take you 180 degrees in the opposite direction of innocent. They do. And you're here to protect the presumption of innocence against a prosecution, which is what's going on right here. This is a prosecution, and those 2 professionals call themselves prosecutors. They're prosecutors. So there's not 2 sides to the story here. It's a natural inclination to want to hear 2 sides of the story in a dispute or argument. But that gets turned on its head in this venue. There are not 2 sides to the story here. It's important you understand that. There's only one side to the story here, and it's 100% innocent. 100%. And they must take you 180 degrees in the opposite direction. If they take you halfway, that's not the opposite direction. If they take you 3/4 of the way, that's not the opposite direction. They have to take you 180 degrees. It's important to understand that. What is your number? Number 20. How difficult should it be for the government to take your children from you by force? By force. How difficult? Very difficult. Number 21. How difficult should it be for the government to take your life by force? It should be the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing. That is the burden. And the burden is even greater than for them to take your children from you. That's clear and convincing evidence. The burden is to take your life. That's the burden they have here. To strip your innocence from you. And it's important. It's very important. So if some of you want to hear both sides of the story before you can make a decision, and you don't hear both sides of the story, this is where you tell us, look, if he does not testify, it's gonna affect me. Some of you had already made that statement. But right now, let's get a little bit into this punishment aspect in that if we get there, if they meet their burden, and remember, if you say not guilty, it doesn't mean you're saying innocent. You can say not guilty and it be a preponderance of the evidence. He's guilty. You can say not guilty by clear and convincing evidence. He's guilty. You must still say not guilty. It doesn't mean that he's innocent. It only means that they weren't able to give you the kind of evidence that would allow you to take a human life. That's all that it means. And you're here to protect the presumption of innocence from what? Our government, who can take it from you. That's your job here. And it's awesome because all of you are equal. This is the only position that's so precious that all of you have the same power and the same pay. All of you, the 12 of you who land here will be equal individuals. And that's awesome and beautiful. And I want 12 individuals that will actually use that power in the way they should to protect the presumption of innocence that belongs to all of us. That's why there are not two sides to the story here. He's already won this case 100%. 100%. No two sides to the story here. He's already innocent. He's already won.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. It's beyond a reasonable doubt is our standard. That is not 100%.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that objection will be sustained. The burden of proof here is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Does everyone understand? All right. Defense, you may continue.
Okay, so what I want to talk about here is this punishment phase of this. If we get to this part and you do find him guilty, only then would you then get into this aspect of it. And this punishment phase of this is going to be critical because you must consider the full range of punishment. If you find them guilty, you must consider the full range of punishment. The full range of punishment here includes probation. It includes probation. So if you cannot consider probation, if you get to the point of guilty, and many of you, I think, would be very intense on the issue, and that if, look, you can tell me that, look, if I find that man guilty, there's no way I'm going to consider probation. There's no way I can consider the minimum. No way. It's okay if you feel that way. There's not a wrong answer here. That's the beauty of what we're doing here. There's not a wrong answer. And that's what I want to get into now. If Mr. Kadir is found guilty by you and you're in this panel, which members of you would not be able to consider the full range of punishment, including probation? Which one of you would not be able to consider that full range of punishment, including probation? Please keep your cards up until they're called and put them down as I call them. Okay, the ones that would not be able to consider the full range of punishment, including probation, would be number 15, number 22, number 30, number 31, number 32, number 33, number 34, number 41, number 42, number 45, number 47, number 51, number 54, number 55, number 62, number 63, number 66, number 73. And like I said, there's not a wrong answer, and it makes sense that you would, because if you do find the individual guilty, if the state carries their burden, and it's interesting because in the prosecution like this, state can tell you what the beyond a reasonable doubt is not. They can tell you, and it'll be the charge. The law allows them to tell you what beyond reasonable doubt is not. It is not beyond all possible doubt. But I cannot tell you in a prosecution what it is. I am not permitted to do that in a prosecution. Understand that. Understand that. This is a prosecution, and this is what you're here to defend against. So if you do get to this point where you are, there is a determination of guilt in this kind of case, the individual that we discussed would not be able to consider the full range of punishment. Thank you for your honesty there. And the full range of punishment not only would be probation, but the minimum 2 years, the minimum, whatever that is here, would be 2 years. If you do find him guilty, who would not be able to consider the minimum punishment of 2 years if you found them guilty? It's okay. There are not wrong answers here. Everything you say is right. Number 14 would not be able to consider the minimum range. Who will? Number 43 would not be able to consider the minimum range. Number 33, thank you. Number 41.
And just 1 second, counsel. And ladies and gentlemen, when they're talking about range of punishment and considering it, it's not about giving it. It's about recognizing, and I'm going to pause your time, counsel. It's about recognizing what the range of punishment is in the case. Because nobody has any facts about this case. Both sides are speaking hypothetically. So it's about, do you recognize this is the range of punishment if someone were found guilty of sexual assault? Range of punishment is anywhere from probation or 2 to 20 years prison. So it's not giving it, and sometimes people get confused and they think that consider means actually giving someone a particular sentence. It is not. It's just recognizing this is the range of punishment. If someone were found guilty, will you be able to listen to the evidence and base your decision on any type of punishment based upon the evidence that you hear? And maybe it could be probation at some point for some case, some hypothetical case. Maybe it could be 2 years at some hypothetical case. Maybe it could be 20 years. Does everyone understand? All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And that's why I was very clear with the word I used when I said consider. Consider. I say you give it to them, consider it. And this is after the individual's been found guilty by you. It's okay if you say, I cannot consider it. I'm asking you, you give it to you. That I can't do that. I'm saying consider. And this is after finding the individual guilty of sexual assault. And the individual that raised your card now, I didn't know if I got everybody as far as being able to consider. Now, my concern is, can you consider the minimum? The minimum. If you cannot consider it, that's something I want to know. I didn't get you number 62 and number 63. Number 55, sir, you're number 27.
I kind of know like what it is, because sexual assault's like a wide range of. We go all the way from something really bad to something kind of big, so I kind of need more details before I make that kind of. Yeah.
And I guess then I would be kind of pointing you more in the direction of, can you give it, and I can't take you there. I simply want to know, can you consider the minimum? If you
It's a
find,
minimum type of thing.
let's say the minimum is whatever it is.
In that case, then I be good.
Sir, can I have the repeat transfer, please? Repeat transfer.
For me, it just depends on the circumstances of the case and how severe it was before I could consider probation versus however many years.
And thank you for that, because that's kind of what we're looking for here, in that someone who keeps the open mind after you found someone guilty. Exactly like you said, the fact will lead me to where I'll put, but sometimes, a lot of times, people's experiences with sexual assault, personal experiences with family members and stuff like that, have already put something in their head that maybe they can put some of it aside, but by the time they get to the guilty, that's it for them. And they can't do what you're expressing here. Right? So some of you have already raised your hand, a great deal of you, with regards to the experience with sexual assault already. You have. Now think about that. Those individuals that have raised their hand with regard to sexual assault, and then you land on this panel and the individual is found guilty, would you be able to consider the minimum range on that? Would you? I would think not. It's okay to say, no, I don't think that I would, because of my life experience. Once you get to that other part, I cannot do it. Did anybody not raise their card? Previously, they can raise their card now and say, because of my past experiences with sexual assault, even knowing the victim, someone accused or anyone like that, that if I land on this panel and I find this individual guilty, I'm not going to be able to consider probation. I'm not going to be able to consider the minimum based on my life experiences. And you got to take those life experiences with you back there. You do.
Counsel, that's time, but 61 has raised their card, so.
Yes, can you raise your card again over here? Anybody else also? Number 61, number 62, number 63, number 75, number 33, number 47. And thank you, number 6, for that honesty, because our life experiences are going to be carried over here.
All right, and so counsel, that's time.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step outside. Please take your personal items with you outside and just remain outside, and we will let you know who is going to be on the panel. So everyone, please rise for the jurors. Oh, yes, leave your numbers behind.
Just the way at the edge. Way at the end on both sides, like. Way at the end. The end. Way at the end. At the end. Yeah, yeah, anywhere, not everybody's gonna have a seat, so find a seat. And always see it. It's easier for other people to walk in when it's just walking. Yeah. Slower, move.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Oh, to the edge, to the edge.
It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. Your work excuse is on the seat chair for work and control. Yes.
Matter where we sit.
Doesn't matter. That's it. And not everybody's gonna have a seat. That's all. There's a few people will be standing. There's two more seats. That's all. We're Spanish. There's not every reason to have a seat.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming down to serve. We cannot have jury trials without jurors, so your service is appreciated. You should also have a white little square sheet of paper, and that sheet of paper will let people know that you are here. At some point in the future, you will probably receive a check in the mail for the time that you've spent with us. When you receive it, it may be 2 or 3 months down the road, and you will think, is this real? And then you remember the great time you had in the 187th, and it will click with you that this is real. The payment that you receive, you can do one or two things. You can keep it, or if you want to, you can go downstairs to the basement, which they're closed now, right? You can donate it. For those who need their parking validated, what you need to do when you're leaving the parking garage, just let them know that you were here in the 187th, and they will make sure that your parking is validated. 187 District Court is a public courtroom, so it's always open to the public. I'm going to call the names of the jurors, and as I call your name, I need you to take a seat in the box. Belia Torres. Socorro Martinez. Nathan Mandragon. Raul Delgado. And Mr. Delgado, you need to take your hat off. Thank you. Justin Paleo. And juror number 20, at some point, you're going to teach me how to say your name. Sufar. I thank you. I promise you, I'm going to work on that. And before this trial is over, I will learn how to pronounce it. Deborah Patterson. Philip Mullen. Roy Longoria. Mary Inzarella. Holly, go forth. Corleen Schneider. Louise Renault. Stephanie Rickerson. All right, so the remaining people, if you would like, I could have you return tomorrow for more jury duty. You have to let that marinate. All right, so oh, you would like, thank you so much. That is so awesome of you.
Sure, why not? I'll skip out of work.
All right, so I'm gonna have you all be excused because the door is closed to the courthouse at 6 p.m. But please do not all rush. You will make it in time. It's only on the first floor. All right, thank you all so much for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. You remain in the box. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what is going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow, you're going to report at 1 p.m. You're not going to report inside this courtroom. You're going to report to the jury room. Deputy Laura will show you where that is. The parking garage is used by everybody who works in this building, and it's also used by jurors. So to make sure that you have a parking space, it's probably good for you to show up before 1 p.m. because during the lunch hour in this court, well, throughout the courthouse, lunch hours are usually from 12 to 1:30. It's probably best if you get here by 12. And that way people will have already left and there'll be space for you at the parking garage. Oh, is he okay?
I dropped my charm. Can I give you my information just in case y'all?
Yes. Yeah. We remember you during number 14.
And where were you seated?
Right here in the back.
All right, would you all mind looking in the jury box to
No,
see?
it dropped right here when we were just like let us go, and I don't know like.
Oh, no, continue to look. Yes. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, with regards to the temperature in the courtroom, I don't have any control over the temperature. It may be cold in here. Sometimes it's not cold. But it's better to have a jacket. It's better always have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. I know the chairs are uncomfortable. There have been some pillows that have been placed in the back, so you're more welcome to bring them out with you to perhaps make the chairs more comfortable. Again, I don't have any control over the chair situation and how hard they are. That's the commissioners. I don't expect any publicity. Counsel, you all may be seated. You all are standing for what purpose? Okay. All right. I don't expect publicity to be in this case, but if it is, you are not allowed to use that in making any type of decision in this case. Does everyone understand? You are not allowed to investigate, look into, use social media, do any research. Everything that you need to know about this case will come from inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to start tomorrow at 1 o'clock. We cannot start at 1 unless everybody is here at 1. So we will start promptly at 1. I've moved the docket around so we can make that happen. Okay. All right, everyone, please rise.
I believe one of the first one to say something.